Manitoba Derby. It's Matt's broken foul back to Bonanza down the rail into expedient. Speed stretch approaching the wire, and it's going to be Smuggler's Hold to take the 2009 Manitoba Lottery Derby. To the outside, Stachys continues to go on with it, and Stachys is going to pull the upset. He's drawing away to win the Manitoba Lottery Derby. Hammers bullet to Canterbury. Vader takes the 63rd renewal of Manitoba. But they're a long way from home, baby. Beluga Ball proves it's no fluke. He's back on track. He destroys them in the 64th renewal of Manitoba. Narco, but Assembly Hall is gonna get it done in the Manitoba Lottery's Derby. Second, strides Street Prancer coming to the wire. It's gonna take the Manitoba Fuel with 6. One more try. Flashy Fuel is gonna hang on. But it's inside straight. He's gonna do it in here. Escape quad trying to battle back, but Pineapple is the 16th Sky Promise is gonna take in the Derby. Oil money, he can't go around it. The unusual Mongolian win takes the 72nd running of the Manitoba Derby. Princess, very far outside. Yeah, baby, she is gonna do it.
The Manitoba Jockey Club acknowledges that we are on Treaty 1 territory and that the land on which we gather is the traditional territory of the Anishinaabe, Cree, Ojibwe, Dakota, and Dene peoples, and the homeland of the Métis Nation. We pay our respect to the First Nations and Métis ancestors of this land.
And welcome everybody to ASD Live, brought to you by Manitoba Liquor and Lotteries. Day 5 on the racing calendar. Quick look back at last week's racing action. Stretch, we were Monday, Tuesday for the first 2 weeks. But now we've bumped it up to 3 days a week. Who was the hot jockey last week and the hot trainers? Well, on Tuesday, Tom Gardapi Jr. and Ronald Alley were. They both had 2 wins on the card, teaming up. And Wendy Anderson had 2 wins, and that puts her in a tie in the trainers' standings. As you see, a logjam with Tom Gardapi's 2 wins. He's there with 4, and Lise Pruitt, all 3 of them, Jared Brown and Shelley Brown, tucked right in behind. And on the jockey's side, Ronald Alley's 2 wins bumped him up to 2nd, but he's still halfway. Only 4 wins behind jockey Antonio Whitehall, who through the first 4 days was racking up the wins. He has 8. Ronaldo Cumberbatch, Jorge Carreño, and Demario Bino, all with 3 in behind. Stretch, what did you see on the racetrack last week?
Yeah, so let's compare. We've had 2 weeks now, so the last Monday and Tuesday. In fact, Monday was 4 lengths faster various than the previous week, and then Tuesday, in fact, was 7 lengths faster, basically on the figures and the numbers. So that's one thing you've got to remember, is not to compare horse race or the times of horses from one day to the other. If you do, you're going to get yourself in a lot of trouble because, for example, 7 lengths faster. We commented on how fast the times were, and absolutely they were, but now you've got to adjust it a little bit. This is how you can find some sneaky prices, too, on kind of the days that the horses ran on the slower track. If they're only 1 or 2 lengths back, that's a better performance. And I'll give you a note of one horse, Private Frank, actually came back as the highest horse that ran above par for that level. Doesn't mean he was he ran the fastest of all the horses over the 2 days. It just means that he was that much better than that level, and those are the type of horses I like to bet that move up a level. So when some horses win their maiden, it's an okay performance. His was a lightning performance, so watch out for him a little bit. And then now we're at week 3. We've got a lot of horses coming back on their second start. I figure about 50%. So some trainers like to just prep one and are not ready to run right away, or they just want to ease into them, and others run big in the first one. So it's always a bit of a fun kind of puzzle to figure out which direction. And I have a feeling we're going to get a few price horses this week, especially with some big fields.
Yeah, no doubt about it, Stretch. Private Frank, wow, those horses that go from their 2 to 3-year-old season, some of them turn into monsters, which looks like Private Frank did, who absolutely sizzled around the racetrack, opening up easily. And other 2-year-olds that were really good, they regress in their 3-year-old season. But it's exciting seeing some Manitoba breds with a lot of talent, kind of like Cussin' Cat we seen earlier on, a first-time starter Manitoba bred filly. She ran lights out. And Private Frank, wow, what a display. One of the fastest times of the day. And there were some good high-level claimers running. So that's really impressive for the Manitoba breds. Well, let's kick it off with Manitoba bred, Stretch, and Saskatchewan, North and South Dakotas that are non-2-lifers. They're going to go 5 furlongs. Quite the interesting opener and quite the interesting board right now.
It is. It is. We haven't seen that before with that many 4-to-1s. So we got 4 boys, 2 girls, going 5 furlongs. Pay attention this week for all the different distance changes. We're now not just 5 furlongs. We've got all the different distances going. I'm going to start with, I like to look at horses. Where did they start their career or start their career last year? And so I've landed on kind of my top 2 picks of horses that came from the maiden special weight. So if you notice, the 2-horse finally dropped the 5,000 and absolutely crushed. because the maiden special weight was a little bit higher. Some of the other ones were running for the maiden 5 and finally won it. So I think this horse is better going 1 turn when it won its maiden, then tried to go in some stake races and 2 turns, showed some speed, and that's just not the horse's style. So now we get the shorter distance. We're only going 5. I think potentially 8 to wire. For this one, it's Catch 'Em If You Can. That's my top selection. Number 6 is my other horse that I think that can beat the 2. Same thing as mentioned, the maiden special weight. I think this horse is going to stalk and try to take a run late. And certainly, depending on who's a little bit more ready, that might be the difference. So I think it's those 2, and then it's kind of a battle for who gets 3rd. So the best of the rest, I decided with Devil's Time. I think he needs a little bit longer. But he'll be closing late. If some of the other ones kind of chase, might pick up for 3rd. So 2, 6, 3.
Yeah, Stretch. I got the top 2 same horses, different positions. I went to Get Up Early as my top selection. This is a horse that won an open company, 10,000 claimers, got in for 12.5 because it is a Manitoba bred, but easily went wire to wire there. Then hit some real tough fields. Had to go against McKeag, then Lucky Chucky. But when it dropped into the non-2 lifer, this horse ran lights out, only got beat by a length. Henry's In Control was running really well. Bro Code was knocking on the door. So for a breed to run in that open company and be competitive, I like that. And this horse, I think, will sit just off of it. I think the speed is going to come from number 2, Zippin' to Impress, and number 4, Jersey Shadow. Jersey Shadow only has one way of running. Even throw Spats in there as a little bit of speed. One of the girls against the boys. So with that being said, I think Get Up Early gets a stalking trip in here. Ronaldo Cumberbatch, he's already racked up 3 wins early on. Nice workout coming in. 102 and 1 out of the gate. So he gets a nod in first. Zippin' to Impress. Stretch said it all there. But what he didn't say, look at the workout coming into the race. 48 and 1. That's a really sharp half mile for a Manitoba bred to rattle down there. I think this one just might get caught up in the pace. But I definitely think he's good enough to win, as he did compete in open company before dropping into the Manitoba bred races. And I took number 4, Jersey Shadow. This horse might be the speed of the speed in here. Tested open company, didn't fare so well in there. But at the end of the year, it ended up getting claimed, switching barns, and ended up getting that wire-to-wire win late in the year. So with that speed, only going the 5 furlong distance, I think this one can stick around. So I'm going to give you 6, 2, and 4. Now we're going to carry on to race number 2. Another Manitoba, Saskatchewan, North and South Dakota bred race. 4 non-winners of 3 lifetime or non-winners of the year. And again, the 5 furlong distance stretch. Looks like a couple standouts in here.
Yeah, potential.
Potential.
Yes, absolutely. There are going to be.
And I don't know about your picks with the 2 standouts, I say. You're picking a mare and Interest.
Yep, here we go. We got 5 boys and my selection, the girl.
Okay.
So this is a type of race that I do like. I agree with Kirt. There are potentially 2 standouts, but the interesting part is both of them are speed horses and kind of like to be right on the lead. I think because they both think they're pretty good, and they both are, that might cost them. They might get that attitude of dueling it up front and setting it up for my selection that won't be on the lead. We'll get that stalking trip. Has had the 1 start on this year, and I think it will take over late, 8 to 1 at least. I will.
Oh, you're going to get 8 to 1 for sure.
Thank you. Yes, I will take that for sure. So, and so you can make the call. Closing on the outside, Stretch's selection.
Well, if it gets left, because the horse likes showing speed, though, Stretch. Got left last time out, and it was a stablemate who went wire to wire.
That is true. Good point. I think the horse doesn't have the speed, and it'll take over. But we'll find out. I am searching. I don't disagree with your picks at all. And then I went with another stalker because of the pace battle, and I think the nice work's coming in on the 1. Basically, he's going to get that nice rail trip and try to close into a big exactor if the favorites run out. And then, of course, the 4, Kirt's top selection. I think this horse is the best of the 2 speed horses and doesn't have to have the lead, but can press, put everybody away, and try to hang on. I think it's not as easy as it looks on paper. 5-1-4.
Well, I think it does look easy. At least a 4, Bite the Bullet Bro. This horse last year, the first start, ran absolutely lights out. Was beaten by Crown Royal. Crown Royal won its first start out this year in an allowance non-2 lifer, getting up in the final strides. But Bite the Bullet Bro and trainer Tom Gardapi Jr., he's been on fire early on, winning 4 races already. Tied for leading trainer, and he is a multiple leading trainer here at Assiniboia Downs. Bite the Bullet Bro comes in with the workouts to match. A nice 36-4, the first one, and the most recent 47-4. I really think this 5 furlongs is absolutely perfect for Bite the Bullet Bro. Last time out was 5.5 last year. I think got a little bit tired, and that's why Crown Royal went by, who already had a start under the belt. Now that these horses are all in the same plane except for Prairie Magic, I'm taking Bite the Bullet Bro. But I think it's going to be a short price. But if you give me a big one, I'm really all over that. Number 6, Not Afraid, absolutely ran lights out all last year. 4 for 6 in the money, 3 wins and a second. The only time this horse ran bad, if you want to call it bad, 4th beaten 2 3/4 and 4th beaten 3/4 of a length. And that was against Open Company. Not Afraid also working very well for the debut, but I think doesn't have enough speed to keep up with Bite the Bullet Bro. So I think it'll be a stalker in here, but I do like number 1, Guaranteed Delivery, to pick up the pieces if they do battle it out. This horse ran really well last year and really got it going through the Manitoba bred ranks and ended up running in the open non-2s and being very competitive. So I'm going to give you 4, 6, and 1. Now we're going to carry on to race number 3, kicking off jackpot pick 5 wagering. The carryover just over $50,000 for a 10,000 non-3 lifer. For fillies and mares 3 and up, they're going 5.5 furlong stretch. We like the same 3 horses, different order.
Yeah, I'm going back to one of my better plays, and this horse let me down. Actually, let both of us down last time. I watched the replay. wasn't great. Didn't show a lot. But then when you take a look at just how fast the race went and her figures that came back, it was only a few points slower than what she was running at Turf Paradise. So I'm giving her another chance. I think the horse is coming right back. I think she's better spotted in this race, and she'll be closing late. She's going to have to chase down the 5, and so that's my co-top selection. I will then go to the 5 as my second selection. I'm using actually all 3 of them in the pick 5 sequence, but really really nice first race out. Didn't mind just how she ran, and then today, if she clears, she might just go gate to wire and get Brave. So you can't leave her out. And then the last one, the 4 comes from Hawthorne, had a really nice win. Can win again, but here's an example of the horse 1 moving up in class, and then the figures are not up the level of the 3 and 5. So that race looks better than it actually is, but if the horse does improve and the 3 is kind of declining and the 5 doesn't get the distance, maybe the 4 could upset. So real good race. I'll put 3-5-4.
Yeah, I ended up going to Chicago River. I think there is other speed. Miss Langskip, the 6, has speed, the big speed to offer. She has one way of going. But Chicago River ran so huge in there. Duked it out with Wait a Sec and Kate's Princess, the first and second place finishers. Was right there, fell back, but then came on in the end. And that's what I really like, horses that keep on going. And Chicago River is going to be sitting absolutely perfect in here. Might even let Miss Langskip have the lead early, then overtake. And the way the horse ran, I think it has a big shot. And I think I'm going to get a little better of a price than Ensley's Dream. That's why I ended up putting it on top. But Ensley's Dream finished within 5 lengths at a second level allowance, where the 5 was in a first level allowance, and takes a double drop down to this 10,000 non-3 lifer. French Rose would be 1-9, Speedy Gigi 1-9, Melisandre 1-9. So the company that she kept in that race, absolutely dynamite. She runs a similar race. She is the one that they have to try and beat. And I'm with you on Queen in the North. A couple of flashy off-the-pace efforts. Has to hope that 3, 5, and 6 all go battle it out in here and just sit back, pick up the pieces late. I'm going to give you 5, 3, and 4. Now we're carrying on to race number 4, kicking off $50,000 guaranteed pick 4 wagering, a $7,500 claimer from Manitoba, Saskatchewan, North and South Dakota bred maidens. They're going to go 5 furlong stretch. Who do you like in this one?
Yes. Now I do like maiden races, but I like
So do I.
correct, but not in this case because nobody is really dropping. So I always worry at the start of the year when first-time starters are in for 7,500. Now the high percentage trainers like to put them in the right spot, but even still, you like to have a little more hope. So that kind of worries me a little bit. But so here we go. My top selection you will see in some sequence bets is the horse called All. And so
Well, I think I have that somewhere too.
So if you're looking for that name, you're not going to see All, but you'll understand. So let's go with the 3 as my top selection. It basically 3 straight 5 furlong works. Michael Nald is 5 of 8 in the money. I think if this horse basically can run evenly around the track, that might be enough for this field. So I do like that. 2 is my second choice. I like that speed work going last time just to throw some speed so we know the horse has some speed. We've seen the maidens, a bunch of them going gate to wire, so don't want to leave that one out. Similar decent trainer as well. Bunch of real good trainers in here. And then I used the 5 for third, but the only reason I did use the 5 for third was Shelley Brown. As good a trainer she is, she has a stat that says she's 0 for 11 on first-time starters. So maybe she's one of those that just likes to ease the horse in to it. So, like I said, she is a good trainer, just maybe not her angle. So you got to watch for the different trainers, just their styles. So that's why it's wide open, 3-2-5.
Yeah, Stretch, I'm with you on the wide openness of this race. Let's talk about a couple of first-time starters. Number 2, Shotgun 1, the dad, Kentucky Bear, was a route winner of over 100K. The mom, Pillow Book, never ran. This one has 2 siblings. One of them is a 7-horse, Break On Through, who ran 4th in its first lifetime effort. The other is a 2-time winner at Woodbine. That's went short and long, over 107,000 in earnings. The 3-horse, Mighty Frisky, the dad, Tourist, won the Breeders' Cup Mile. All the races were route races, did make over $2.1 million. Janelle, the mom, had 3 wins, 26K in earnings, all of them sprinting. And the siblings, there is 4 of them. One was a non-starter. A half-sister had 2 wins. Another half only had 1 start. And another one, 49K from 6 to a mile, was 3 for 28. So has a few siblings that can run. And also number 5, All Terrain Jane, the only filly in here. Cinco Charlie won 8 out of 18 lifetime starts, 600K, and was blazing speed. Won its first time out going short. The mom, Nyla's Image, had 2 wins, but both of those were at a route. Over 22K in earnings. Has 4 siblings. One has 2 wins, 29K. The other is a maiden. Another one, 1 win, 49K. And the other one, 1 win, 33K. Well, after saying all that, who do I like in here? I'm with Stretch on the all button. I went to number 7, Break On Through. Broke slow out of the gate, but ran a good race. Was beaten by a horse that did go wire to wire in Jersey Shadow. If the horse can get out, has a couple of nice workouts, 49-3, 102-1 out of the gate. I think this race is going to run in probably just under 101. So that gate work is good enough to be in the thick of things. So I took the 7 on top with the 3, Mighty Frisky, because the dad, Breeders' Cup winner, has to throw something. And Shotgun 1, flashy work in 36. Devin Gittins, really good with his firsters. So I'm giving you 7, 3, and 2. Now we're going to carry on to race number 5, an allowance optional $10,000 claimer for fillies and mares, 3-year-olds and up. They're going to go 5.5 furlongs in stretch. I'm jumping on your bandwagon.
All right. So thank you for saying that. We're going 5. We're going 5.5. And the 5 last time, Kate's Princess, ran a really nice race. I like how the jockey rode this horse. Really, really good. and then just got tired late, which that was a bit of the trend with the horses off the long layoff. Also comparing this horse's figures to last year, it was a few points down, so I think she's got room to improve and just gets a similar ride, improves a little bit. I think she's going to be tough to beat. The ones that I think could beat her, let's go with the 3, Blazing Sky. Watch the replay on this one. He seemed to get dropped back a little bit on the turn and then finished with some good run. Got that first out over the track. Come from Woodbine. We've seen the Woodbines do all right, but they can be even better that second start, and that's what I see happening. If the 5 suddenly just can't get that extra half, maybe there's a bit of the upset from there and would be the price play for sure. Let's go to the 1 is my third selection. Always one of those competitive horses that especially finished really well at the end of the meet. Seems like a little bit longer, so the race might be a little bit short for her, but I think you've got to include her for third or fourth in the try for sure. So I'll give you a 5, 3, and 1.
Yeah, Stretch, I'm with you on Kate's Princess. Didn't like her last time. I liked Wait a Sec, got the win. But Kate's Princess, she ran huge. Outside draw, broke a little slow, took the lead and battled with Wait a Sec, and then got tired late. Now going 5.5 furlongs. She did the same thing last year. Got tired, ran fourth, then easily went wire to wire. That's what I think is going to happen today. Blazing Sky was on my list as a horse that had something left to offer at the end of the race. Gets an extra half a furlong. Unfortunately, there isn't going to be a big battle up front. So that's going to kind of go against Blazing Sky. But I definitely think the horse is good enough to win this condition. And if someone does sacrifice against Kate's Princess, that makes her chances a lot better. And I like number 7, Mia Bear. Great year last year. 7 for 7 in the money. 4 wins, 3 seconds. She came to play every single time. This is a little Manitoba bred that definitely could. She graduates up to the older horses this year. And we're going to see if Freddie Rawson has her ready to go. But she definitely has the talent. And I have to put her in my top 3. I'm going to give you 5, 3, and 7. Now we're carrying on to race number 6. It's the Primetime TV Overnight Stakes for 3-year-olds. They're going to go 5 furlong Stretch. Wow, looks like a great race.
It is a great race, and it's a bit of story time with Stretch right now. I'm going to because I'm going to talk about the name of the race with Primetime TV. I urge you to try to find the replay of the Derby race. I can still picture the move on the far turn of just sitting back from the back of the pack, moving is like, wow.
What about Darren saying, seems to be pulling up in front of the grandstand?
Well, yeah.
That's what it was.
Yeah, that's true. It is unbelievable. So I think it's one of the better moves that I have seen at ASD Live anyway. So, all right, I've got to pick a winner. So here we go. Enough of stories, enough of story time. Just still picturing it. Really, I'm glad that you guys got the name in here for prime time in here. I think well deserved.
Definitely.
I'm gonna land on the 5. Or, I'm sorry, the 1.
5.
Nope, not the 5 just yet. Still thinking story time. Anyway, going 5 furlongs is the key to this race, and that's why the 1 is my top selection. Looks so good, and because it's the distance, I think this horse is the controlling speed. If this race was longer, then I probably would have switched my picks. But you're getting 5 furlongs in this stake race, and the 1 I think is a specialist at 5 furlongs, and we'll see as the meet goes along. So it's catch him if you can, and the one that might be able to catch would be the 2. This horse also impressed me last time on how good he looked. He was just so much the best that the jockey couldn't hold on any longer and just kind of had to let him run. But I think if you have the amount of speed that the 1 is there, the 2 will sit a little bit farther back. And so I think it's going to be those 2 battling it out to the end. And just because of the distance, I'll give the 1 the slight edge. And then I'll give the 5, I think, is best of the rest in here. Ran a really nice race last time. Chased the 2 all the way around. I think the same kind of thing is going to happen. Probably going to improve a little bit. The figures are going to improve, but I think the same with the 1 and 2. So it's for me, it's 1 and 2, and then 5.
Yeah, well, I don't agree with you a lot, Stretch, but in here I definitely do. I think Chicago Gray, wow, that was such an easy win last time out. He was wrapped up probably halfway between the 8th and the 16th pole, and there was nobody even close. He could have probably rattled down there in 58 flat without any problem. And I agree, the 5 furlongs is everything. So I gave it the nod over Saxon Saga. I think these two have a big gap over a lot of the other ones in here. And Saxon Saga, as you see, ears pricked was the comment. So that horse had more to offer. And I'm with you. I loved my life. Showed some speed. Fell back. Did the Z pattern. Fell back. Came back on in the end to beat the stablemate number 3 Adjournment. So really ran a good race in there, but just good enough for second. So I'm going to give you like stretch 1, 2, and 5. Now we carry on to race number 7, a $7,500 claimer. 4 3-year-olds and up, going 5.5 furlong stretch. This is a good closing race.
It is a very good closing
Great
race.
betting race.
Correct. One of the better betting races, I think, on the card, and it finishes out the pick 4, pick 5. So wide open. Let's start with, I'm going to going with a bit of a price in here, which I think you should because it is such a tough race. And the reason why I went to the 6, again, you might want to watch the replay. This horse was so wide, borderline blew the turn and lost so many lengths. And you can't do that in a 5 furlong race. You're just giving up too many. I think that extra half is going to be good. Kept kind of grinding at the end. And 9-2 morning line, I think you might get even higher. It was 7-1 last time. So somewhere in between. So there's a bit of value there. You've got to find value in this race because there's so many can win. Let's go to the 8 as the second selection, as is Kirt's. I think this horse is going to try to go gate to wire. Has the figures, has the jockey that likes that style. There is some other speed, but I think this horse can carry the speed that much farther. So they are adding that extra half, so it might be hanging on a little bit. And I'll go to the 1 as my third selection. I thought it was just a really good ride. The jockey put him, Haven Badry put him in a nice spot, and that was why he won the race. Now, he's on the rail again, gets a similar trip, certainly can be right there. Got to include him just because at this time these horses can win back-to-back. So probably should improve a little bit. Wide open way to race to finish it off, 6-8-1.
Yeah, I'm with you, Stretch. I see some speed in here. The 3 Dazzling Mischief, the 7 Diamond Digger, and number 8 Fresh One. So I'm looking for a closer in here, and I settled on a little bit of a long shot. Number 5 Short Rib, 20-1 morning line. Last time out, went in the first level allowance, optional 10,000. Stretched it out to 7 furlongs. Chased Explosive around there. That was the less than even money favorite and ended up backing up because of it. But it was the horse's first time around 2 turns. So I'm kind of throwing that race out. And if you do that, there's some big closing efforts, winning the non-2, the non-3, the non-4 down in Turf Paradise in a stalking role. Any of those races are good enough to take this one. So I'm looking at Short Rib at a big price. I also like number 8 Fresh One. It is a fresh one here at Assiniboia Downs, coming from Will Rogers. Was a winner 2 outs ago, going wire to wire for a non-winners of the year. Attracted that claim, then went to 75 wide open, showed speed once again, ended up faltering in a short field. This is a horse that just might be able to get loose in here, as there isn't any really, really good speed. So a Fresh One does get loose, going the 5.5. Might be tough to catch. I'm going to give you my second play, and number 4, Roaming Union. Yes, I'm not taking the winner of this condition because I thought it was a little soft last time. This time, it's not soft at all. Roaming Union, look at the earnings. $440,000 in earnings over the lifetime. This is an 8-year-old, and it comes to play running in the allowances down in Canterbury, running at Oaklawn, bet down to 60 cents in a $20,000 claimer. 60 cents on the dollar, and in for 75 at Assiniboia Downs. Tom Gardepy doing very well right now, so I had to throw this one in. So I'm going to give you 5, 8, and 4. Good luck with all your wagers, and I'll be right back with the changes on this evening's Carter Racing. And if everybody can get their pens and programs ready, here are the changes on this evening's 7-race card racing. Turning your programs to race number 1, just a few overweights, and they're on your TV monitors. Now turning your programs to race number 2, again, just one overweight. Now turning your programs to race number 3, kicking off Jackpot Pick 5 wagering, just some overweights. The Jackpot Pick 5 carryover, just over $52,000. Now turning your programs to race number 4, kicking off $50,000 guaranteed Pick 4 wagering. Number 5, All Terrain Jane, correct the weight to 119 pounds, 4 pounds over at 123 pounds. Now turning your programs to race number 5, our VIP Fan of the Night purse. Again, just some overweights. Now turning your programs to race number 6, our feature race on the card. It's the Primetime TV Overnight Stakes for 3-year-olds. And again, just some overweights. Now turning your programs to race number 7. Number 1, Big Endeavor, did not run with blinkers in its last start, and again, will not run with blinkers today. Very important note here in race number 7, the 1 Big Endeavor did not run with blinkers on May the 23rd, and will again not run with blinkers today. Well, a beautiful evening for racing here in Winnipeg.
Partly cloudy.
It's partly cloudy and Buzz?
Must be Buzz and Boomer, yeah.
Buzz Lightyear?
Yeah, I guess so.
Yeah, okay. Partly cloudy. Temperature 30 degrees Celsius or 86 degrees Fahrenheit. And the track is listed as fast racetrack for this evening's 7-race card. And we'll kick it off right here in race number 1 that goes to post in 18 minutes. Welcome to Assiniboia Downs. Be sure to enter your name for a chance to be our VIP Fan of the Night. Ballots are available in the lobby. If your name is picked, you get the VIP treatment, including a $25 wagering voucher, an ASD t-shirt, a trip up to the press box to come watch me call a race. Then you go down to the paddock, watch the horses, and a chance to watch a race from the winner's circle, plus a framed photo with the winning horse. Now on to racing. If you're new to racing, stop by and see Shannon and Brad at the Fan Education Center, located on the main level. They can answer all your questions about how to bet, and be sure to download the new app called Dark Horse Bets. All new account signups receive a free $30 deposit and a free Dark Horse t-shirt. Scan the QR code on the front of your program cover or posters around the building to download the app now. Have a great night of racing. And welcome down to the paddock for race number 1 for this $7,500 claimer for Manitoba, Saskatchewan, North and South Dakota breds that aren't on 2 lifers. They're going to go 5 furlongs, a little mix, 2 girls, 4 boys stretch. Who do you like?
Yes, I got to give the shout out to the production crew with the weather report. Apparently, I'm not that hip knowing exactly.
Buzz and Woody.
Buzz and Woody, that they do a great job. They make us look good, which is hard to do. So here we go. Let's make top selection. Let's go to the 2 is my top selection, getting 4-1. I think that's more than fair value. You can always check the equipment. A lot of them haven't started. Nobody started this year, right? So you could change the equipment, so it's always important to do a double check on that. Reason I went to the 2 as my top selection is because I think this horse can be right on the lead. I think the horse is in the right spot. If you take a look, was when last time it was in for 5,000 maiden, it crushed the field, and then it went to a stake race and both around 2 turns. I don't think this horse is that great to go around 2 turns. Now they've got, Rick's got this horse in the right spot. Just 1 turn, gate to wire. Catch him if you can.
And a nice sizzling workout coming in. I went to the 6 horse Get Up Early. This was a winner for maiden 10,000 last year. And that was against older horses as a 3-year-old. Went wire to wire in a 7 horse field. Then stepped it up to a mile and an eighth. And McKeag, Perciability, Crown Royal, that race was too tough. The next one, Lucky Chucky. I just don't think this horse likes going a route of ground. Came back against open non-two lifers. Ran a very game third, beaten 1 3/4 against Henry's in Control and Brocode. And both of those horses were sitting on wins in the non-two lifetime condition. Nice work coming in, 102-1. And I think get up early, 5-2 favorite. I think those odds are pretty good.
Yeah, I think that's fair value. I agree with you. The horse is right there. And then after that, it's for me, it's kind of a figure out how the race goes. And we both think that there's potential, some speed early. So I took the horse that can sit just off and pick up the pieces late. And that's the Three Devils Time. I think that you've got a few works, but more importantly, how the race is going to be run. So it's not always the best horse is going to win the race or end up to be in the money. And that's how you get some long shots, because if the horse just kind of sits back and tries to run in there, 9-2, I think the horse needs to be a little bit higher than that. I'm kind of between the 2 and the 6's top selection, but 3 can easily complete a trifecta for me.
Yeah, this horse had a good 4-year-old season. And look at that one race, the restricted maiden allowance on June the 8th. It wasn't far away from Call the Cops and Crown Royal that day. So the horse did have talent. Another horse to look at, number 4, Jersey Shadow. This horse brings one thing to the race, and that is speed. Jersey Shadow was a winner at the last start of the year, ended up going wire to wire, but it showed speed in every single outing. I expect it to show speed once again. Comes out of a barn that is hot right now. 3 starts, 2 trips to the winner's circle, including Spittin' Kitten, the 3-year-old filly, in the one and only on Tuesday. So Jersey Shadow, if you think this horse might be able to shake free early, might be able to go a long way.
For sure. And then let's go to the rail speed. That can always be dangerous. Get the horse out. Dwight Lewis can get a horse out pretty good. And yes, it's one of the filly. It's the filly and one of the 2 girls in here. Is always right there. It's just a matter of can get the distance. But if the others aren't ready, this horse could try to steal it. 9-2 is the odds. I think I would need a little higher to take a shot at this horse, but you just never know this time of year and these type of horses for sure.
And the last one to look at, number 5, Just for Charlotte. This is the other girl going against the boys. She's a 5-year-old mare. Last year, started off, ran in 3 consecutive third-place finishes, was coming at the end, but that was going 5.5, 6, and 7.5, going the 5 furlongs. I just don't think she is going to like this distance at all. I'm simply going to wait for her to go a little bit farther. All right, let's go to our wagers here in race number 1. Stretch, start us off.
Okay, I'm going to pull, I've learned over the years with Kirt, a couple bets, and I do like when he plays these trifecta wheels, and that's exactly what I'm going to do. I'm going to play a $5 one. I'm going to go 2 and 6 with 2 and 6 with 1, 3, and 4. Start with that $5 wheel is $30, or you can spend $1 and only be $6.
And myself, I'm going after the early pick 3. I'm taking 2-6 with just the 4 with the 3-5. I'm going to bet a $5 ticket for 20, a $1, only $4. Good luck with all your wagers here in race 1, and we'll see you back for race 2. horses are on the track for race number 1. They're going to go 5 furlongs for $10,100. Number 1 is Spats, owned by Dr. Betty Hughes, trained by Devin Gittins with Dwight Lewis. Number 2 is Zippin' to Impress, owned and trained by Rick Wise with Demario Bino. Number 3 is Devil's Time, owned and trained by Steve Thompson with Siobhan Bell. The 4 is Jersey Shadow, owned by Marvin and Deb Buffalo, trained by Marvin Buffalo with Sven Balrup. Number 5 is Just for Charlotte, owned by Vela K. Butler, trained by Jennifer Jordan with Nyrone Austin. Rounding out the field is number 6, Get Up Early, owned by 2 Points Ranch, trained by Blair Miller with Ronaldo Cumberbatch. Post time for race number 1, 4 minutes away. It's now 2 minutes to post time at ASD.
Kicking off the week with a 5 furlong race for 4 boys, 2 girls, Manitoba breds. I'm going to start with the horse with the most speed in here, and I think just because the horse is well spotted, has some back class, just likes going the 5 furlongs and not any longer than that. That's the horse to try and catch. The other contender would be the 6. That horse will be stalking and trying to take a run at a late. To complete, if you like to play the trifectas, you might include the 3 at 5-1. May not win it, but could be right there. So I'll give you 2, 6, and 3.
Yeah, Stretch, I do like the 2 and 6, but I like the 6 on top, Get Up Early. I think the 2 Zippin' to Impress and the 4 Jersey Shadow are going to be the ones showing the early speed a little bit more. Get Up Early, I think it's just going to sit right in behind them and try and take over when they do tire. A nice work coming in. I do respect your 2 Zippin' to Impress, who's also running against Open Company, and the speedy Jersey Shadow. So I'm going to give you a 6, 2, and 4. Good luck here in race 1.
time.
Spats will lead the field into the starting gate. Zipping to Impress, the next one in. Devil's Time will be next. And is in. Jersey Shadow's turn. Just 2 left to load. Just for Charlotte. And just waiting on your current 8-5 favorite, Get Up Early from the outside. The field is set. They're at the post. And they're off. Stumbling at the start was Jersey Shadow, and quickly recovering to grab the early lead by a half a length. Zipping to Impress on the inside, putting on pressure. 3 wide. Get Up Early is into the fray. 2 lengths back, Just for Charlotte. Another length and a half to Spats, and the early trailer will be Devil's Time. The opening quarter, a quick 22-3. On the inside, Jersey Shadow. On the outside, Get Up Early. These 2 noses apart. Back to third, Zipping to Impress. Making a wide bid, Just for Charlotte. They hit the head of the lane. It's Jersey Shadow. Still with the nose in front. Get Up Early on the outside. Gonna try and eat into it. A 16th of a mile to go. Get Up Early. Jersey Shadow. Jersey Shadow, too close to call. Jersey Shadow on the inside, Get Up Early on the outside. Third is going to be Just for Charlotte. Stewards have requested a photograph to determine the winning horse. They went the opening quarter 22-3, the half 46-4. Time for the 5 furlongs, 1 minute. Results of the photo show the winner number 4, Jersey Shadow. Second goes to number 6, Get Up Early. Third to number 5, Just for Charlotte. And fourth to number 2, Zipping to Impress. Now entering the winner's enclosure, the official winner here in race number 1, that's number 4, Jersey Shadow. Jersey Shadow is a chestnut gelding, 4 years old, by Jersey Town, out of the mare Summer Shadows by Hurricane Center. Owned by Marvin and Deb Buffalo, trained by Marvin Buffalo, and ridden to victory by Sven Baurup. Time for the 5 furlongs, 1 minute even. Number 4, Jersey Shadow, was proudly bred right here in Manitoba by Starfield Stable. Race 1 is official in the upcoming second race. There are no changes. Kicking off another pick 3 here in race number 2. Assiniboia Downs has introduced a new Chase the Ace weekly draw. The progressive jackpot is guaranteed at $5,000 if you pick the Ace of Diamonds. Tickets start at $5 and are available online at asdowns-cta.com or in person at guest services or at the VLT cashier's cage in the second level. The weekly draw takes place Thursdays at 11 a.m. Proceeds support community charities, including Final Furlong, Winners Foundation, Manitoba Indigenous Cultural Education Center, and Indigenous Languages of Manitoba. By purchasing a ticket, you are helping these charities make a positive difference in the community. Thank you for supporting the Chase the Ace ticket program. And welcome back down the paddock for race number 2. We have a $5,000 claimer from Manitoba, Saskatchewan, North and South Dakota breds that are non-3 lifers or non-winners of the year. They're going to go 5 furlongs. Quick look back at race number 1. What a stretch battle stretch. And Jersey Shadow was able to hang on.
Yeah, very game. It was a real good race to kick off the week. And so close that I don't think you called a winner, did you?
I could not call a winner. Those heads and noses
Yes, they
were
were
bobbing
going
at the wire, and I didn't want to give anybody false hope.
Exactly. Good call on not making a call. Good stuff. All right, let's hope the races continue to be that exciting. Let's go with Julie's on camera today. I'll go with my top selection here on the long shot. Not quite a long shot just yet, is the 5. It is one of the girls racing the boys. Now, the first race, it's only one race. The speed carried the entire trip. If that's the case, it might be up against it a little bit. But how I see it is the 4 and 6 really battling it out. They're both very good horses, and so this is sometimes when I see the 2 favorites both like to be on the lead or near the lead. Will just kind of go all out and forget that there's another 4 horses in this race, and that's my hope. The 5 is not as fast as the other ones, and even the final figures are not. But if the pace comes back a little bit, I think I can get a bit of an upset. I need the stock. As you mentioned, this horse kind of likes to be near the lead, but I think it just runs evenly and kind of tries to pick up the pieces, hopefully higher than 3-1.
And myself, I'm going after the Hot Barn. The Hot Barn in race number 1 was Jersey Shadow. The Buffaloes now winning 3 out of 4. Bite the Bullet Bro. Tom Gardapi Jr. has won 4 already. And this one has some really nice workouts under the belt on May the 30th, a half mile, 47 and 4. That's a sizzler. And a couple nice works even before that in late April, early May. 36 and 4 and 49. I have no doubt that Not Afraid the 6 will battle with Bite the Bullet Bro. But this horse, I think 5 furlongs is perfect. It says at the distance, only a couple thirds out of the 6 tries. But I think this is a spot for Bite the Bullet Bro.
Oh, that's fair. That's how we see the race, a little bit different. And that's how our picks are that much different, because I'm thinking of a duel, and that's the 1 horse, which is your 3rd selection. I think this horse is going to get a nice trip along the rail, has some nice steady works coming. And again, if the pace backs up, it can come 5-1. If the pace runs around together, it's going to run Kirt's selections of 4 and 6, and I will not be cashing.
Yeah, because Not Afraid had a great year last year, 3 wins and a 2nd place finish. And the 2 4th place finishes, beaten 3/4 of a length and 2 3/4. Not Afraid's always come to play. 2 good works coming in. Carl Anderson is yet to get a win, but he hasn't had any race-fit horses. He's been training, but they've been knocking on the door, and he's going to win in bunches. So Not Afraid, big chance.
Yeah, that's a good point. He's got 3 seconds out of 4 starts, so is right there. A couple close races for sure. And then let's keep going on Double Time. Is obviously one of my fan favorites. I think that this horse has a lot of speed, but watch this.
It only wins at $50 or more.
It does, and another $12. Leave him alone, but does show some speed and maybe be able to chase and kind of take over late. You just never know. The horse, just watch one, but if you need to complete maybe a superfecta, use him for 3rd or 4th.
Yeah, and Zip Eddie really didn't get it going last year. Another one, Michael Rowe sends out in here. Zip Eddie got the win at Moosomin Downs in Saskatchewan. 5-horse field, was able to stalk and go past and get the win. That was going a mile. I just think this 5 furlongs is a little short, even though it does have a 2nd and a 3rd at the distance. I'm going to wait for a little bit later. Let's go to our wagers here in race 2, Stretch. What do you have?
Okay, a little bit of a different bet. I've just a smaller win bet of $5 to win on the 5, and then $25 to place on the 5. I kind of agree, like with you, that the 4 and the 6 are a little bit better, but if I can get the right trip, there we go.
No doubt about it. I'm going to go, I'm strong on this race. I'm going to go a $10 tractor wheel, 4 on top of 1616. That'll cost $20. For $1, only $2. Good luck with all your wagers here in race 2. See you back for race 3. Kicking off jackpot pick 5 wagering. The horses are on the track for race number 2. They're going to go 5 furlongs for $10,000. Number 1 is Guaranteed Delivery, owned by 2 Points Ranch, trained by Carl Anderson with Jorge Carreño. Number 2 is Double Time, owned and trained by Steve Thompson, Siobhan Bell aboard. The 3 is Zip Eddie, owned by Trent Height, trained by Michael Rowe with Dwight Lewis. Number 4 is Bite the Bullet Bro, owned by Karen Bjarnson, trained by Tom Gardapi Jr. with Neville Stevenson. The 5 is Prairie Magic, owned by Dr. Betty Hughes, trained by Devin Gittins with Praven Badri. Rounding out the field is number 6, Not Afraid, owned by Tom Boyko, trained by Carl Anderson with Tim Tarasenko. Post time for race number 2 in 3 minutes. And in this second race, we have the HPPA Manitoba best turned out horse, and that is number 6, Not Afraid. Number 6, Not Afraid, the HPPA Manitoba best turned out horse here in race number 2.
It's now 2 minutes to post time at ASD.
All right, here we go. Another 5 furlong race. This time we've got 5 boys and 1 girl, and I'm going to hope that the girl takes over from the boys late. The favorites are going to be the 4 and the 6. They're going to battle it out early. I think the 5 is going to be sitting in about 3rd or 4th and try to make that late run. Has had a start this year already. I think that's the big difference. Similar trip. Can get up. 3 to 1's a little bit low. So that's why I'm going to give you the 1 at 10 to 1. We'll be on the rail trying to make a late close. So if you really like a bigger long shot, don't leave out the 1. So let's go 5, 1, and 4.
Yeah, Stretch, I think the speed's going to go out there with the 4 and 6, but I think it's going to stick around. Bite the Bullet Bro is on the inside, and we've seen in race number 1, they ran around the track, and that inside horse was able to just hang on. So I'm expecting the 4 and 6 battle, open up about 5 lengths on the field, and keep going. And I look at number 1, Guaranteed Delivery, to make a late rally to get a piece of things. So I'm going to give you 4, 6, and 1. Good luck here in race 2.
It's post time.
Guaranteed delivery, the first to step in. Double time loaded. Next up, Zip Eddie. Prairie Magic, she'll be next. 2 left to load. The 6-5 favorite, Not Afraid, goes in. Now just waiting on Bite the Bullet Bro. They're all set. They're at the post. And they're off. From the far outside, Not Afraid. Hard sent to get the early lead, but matched on the inside by Bite the Bullet Bro. Prairie Magic, 4 lengths back in a stalking position. 2 more to guaranteed delivery. Then it's Double Time, and Zip Eddie has about a dozen to make up. They're sizzling the opening quarter. 22-1. Not Afraid and Bite the Bullet Bro. They're still 4 lengths up on Prairie Magic. Guaranteed delivery, trying to reel them in. With Double Time, they hit the head of the lane, and Not Afraid now goes on by and starts to draw off on the field. Not Afraid at the 16th pole. is gonna win easy in here by 5. The battle on for second between Guaranteed Delivery and Prairie Magic. Looked like Prairie Magic got it. 4th went to Bite the Bullet Bro. The stewards have posted number 6, Not Afraid. As your unofficial winner, a photograph has been called to determine the place and show positions. They went the opening quarter 22-1, the half 45-4. Time for the 5 furlongs, a quick 58-3. Results of the photo show number 5, Prairie Magic finishing second. 3rd goes to number 1, Guaranteed Delivery, and 4th to number 4, Bite the Bullet Bro. Now entering the winner's enclosure, the official winner here in race number 2, that's number 6, Not Afraid. Not Afraid is a chestnut gelding, 5 years old, by Vindigari. Out of the mare I Ain't Afraid by Go Sapper. Owned by Tom Boyko, trained by Carl Anderson, and ridden to victory by Tim Tarasenko. Time for the 5 furlongs, 58-3. Race 2 is official in the upcoming 3rd race. Kicking off jackpot pick 5 wagering with a carryover of just over $52,000. There are no changes. We'll carry on with the rest of the changes in this evening's pick 5. There's no changes in race 4, 5, or 6, just overweights. Turning your programs to race number 7. Number 1, Big Endeavor, did not run with blinkers in his last start and will again not wear blinkers today. That's in race number 7. Number 1, Big Endeavor, did not wear blinkers in his last start on May the 23rd and will again not wear blinkers today. Jackpot pick 5 wagering here in race number 3. They go to post in 20 minutes. Are you new to Assiniboia Downs? Then check out the 140 VLTs located in the climate-controlled second level. They're open all day, every day from 10 a.m. to 1 a.m. Well, it's also the first leg of the 20-cent wager called the Jackpot Pick 5 coming up here in Race 3. If your ticket is the only correct one, picking the winners of races 3 to 7, you're going to win the whole jackpot. When there's more than one winner, a consolation is paid out and the jackpot keeps growing. And welcome back down the paddock for race number 3, kicking off jackpot pick 5 wagering. That carryover just over $52,000 for this $10,000 claimer for fillies and mares 3 and up that are non-3 lifers. Are going to go 5.5 furlongs. Quick look back at race number 2. Well, they did duke it out, bite the bullet, bro, and Not Afraid. But in the end, Not Afraid was much the best.
Yeah, Preston took over, and in a nice quick time, we'll see how the track plays, if it's closer to last week, but it kind of does look that way already. So, yeah, we know what Not Afraid can do that, and it is 5 furlongs, so the speed certainly can carry, and the chaser managed to get up, and then the other deeper closer, the one would have got up if it was much longer, if it was 5 1/4.
Oh, yeah, it definitely needed more distance. Okay, on to race number 3, Stretch. What do you got?
All right, we're kicking off the pick 5, and you can see there's already 70,000. I think we're going to get to 100,000. So if you're the only ticket, I think it's going to be right around the $100,000 mark. So good luck to everybody. Just hopefully nobody copies me and I'm sharing with somebody. So I'm a little, I just want to win the pool. Anyway,
there you go.
Here we go. Julie, let's find the 3. There we go. Kirt, co-favorite with the 5, and that's kind of what I thought. I selected, actually, Kirt and I'll bring him down with me, selected this horse last in week 1. I liked how the horse had been running, coming from Turf Paradise and kind of coming just off the pace. Showed a bit of speed and then dropped back and then just kind of ran evenly, but it is dropping in class and coming right back in the right time frame. Looks great in the paddock. I've got to give this horse one last shot to see what we got here. I just think the horse won't be that far away. Has shown speed before. I think there's more speed elsewhere. But I think a nice stalking trip puts this horse right there near the winner's circle for sure. Just the figures say it's there, and Gary Danielson spotting, took a chance at a higher level, and now just dropping to probably the right spot.
Well, yeah, this is a double drop from that second level allowance, missing the first level because he does have Kate's Princess in there, and dropping into this 10-on-3, which is an absolute perfect spot for this horse. The other horse I like is number 5, Chicago River. Was in the first level allowance last time out. Wait a second, Kate's Princess. They battled it out. They ended up staying first and second. But Chicago River was up close early, fell back a little, and then was coming on in the end. And I really like that. Gets an extra half a furlong today. I guess I'm expecting Miss Langskip to go out to the front end. But if they go the half mile in 47-1, kind of like Miss Langskip did last time out, that's, I think, good enough for Chicago River to be right there beside her and be able to draw off with Ensley's Dream, maybe sitting back a little too far back. Looks like Speed's doing well on the track today. It's a little early to tell, but Chicago River just ran too good last time out.
Yes, and you made a really good point about that middle fraction. I do like looking at that middle fraction, and normally this horse is 46 and change, and you go all the way down consistently, and Miss Langstaff is closer to the 47-ish, was a lower number under that, but that's where these slightly better horses can make that big move and open up. So it makes a spot there. If there is a duel with a few of the horses, let's jump on the horse that's been winning at one at Hawthorne and looked impressively doing that. Watched the replay and did look good. We know how this horse runs. Is going to sit in probably 4th or 5th in this race and try to make a late run. They are going 5.5, so that does help the closers a little bit. 2 for 2 in the money, hasn't quite won at the distance, but I think certainly can be considered in the mix. 7-2 is not a bad price for me, so that's why it's my 3rd selection.
Yeah, this one has made some nice power moves from off the pace. I like that it did run on the dirt in its last start and did it rather easily, and makes the move at about 5 furlongs. Maybe it'll be timing the wire for this 5.5, but it does need a log jam on the front. Take a look at number 6, Miss Langskip. She cut out the fractions early, was caught, and ended up fading to be beaten by 7 1/4. That was against the boys that day, but this is definitely not that much of an easier field. This is probably tougher than she did test in her last start. So I don't think she's going to make the lead all by herself, no matter how hard they hustle her. So I think she's up against it in this really tough race.
Yep. Yeah, certainly, unless one of the just guns, if Chavian tries to really go and try to steal it, I don't know. I'm with you. Let's take a look at the two. Favorite, who will not be the favorite, is dropping out of the same race as Ensley's Dream. We've got the 3 horse at 2-1, the 2 horse at 5-1. Yes, did beat the 3 did beat the 2, but making the right drop. This is the spot. Has been in the mix many times. 4 out of 7 in the money at the distance. We know this horse is going to close, needs that extra distance. Very competitive at different races last year at a higher level. So, real good spot by Shelley in here. Had the nice tightener. I expect an improvement for sure.
Yeah, especially some good late run. Number 1, Ruby in the Stars, comes out of the same race as the 6. 10,000 on 3 life against the boys. Didn't make a bad run in the end to grab 4th over Miss Langskip. They were a photo away from each other. This horse was running at a lower level last year. I expect some rallying late down the lane, but I don't think it's a big top 3 contender in here. But she surprised me last time with her 4th place finish. She could surprise me again today.
Yeah, absolutely. And this is a mark this race down for. This is a tough 10 non-3. So even if Ruby finishes 4th or 5th and is within 5 lengths, mark this horse if they run this condition again or drops to 5. So.
Oh, definitely. All right, let's go to our wagers here in race number 3. Picked 5 times stretch, 73,000 already. You go first.
All right, our ticket looks a little similar. I'm taking
except I'm a little cheap.
Yeah, I've got some change in my pocket, so we've added a little more change into 3, 4, 5 in this race. I think I can get by here. Then the ever popular all in a race we've talked about on ASD Live and how tough that is. I've got the 5, not going to leave out Kate's Princess, that's obvious, but I'm taking a chance to make it pay, and that's the way you can get the jackpot. Singling the 1, that's both of my best bet of the day. And then I've got 5 horses. I actually included Kirt's horse in that the big long shot in the last. 1, 3, 4, 5, 6, 8.
And myself, I think you have to get the 5 and the 1 beat in the middle, but I'm just not thinking they're beatable. So I'm taking 3, 4, 5 with all. I'm keen Kate's Princess, the 5. I'm keen Chicago's Gray, the 1. Ending it off with 3, 4, 5, and 8. I'm only spending $16.80. Good luck with all your wagers here in race 3. We'll see you back for race 4. Kicking off $50,000 guaranteed Pick 4 wagering. The horse are on the track for race number 3. They're going to go 5.5 furlongs for $13,700. Number 1 is Ruby in the Stars, owned by Kirt Bellick, trained by Jennifer Jordan with Nyrone Austin. Number 2 is Favorite, owned by Shelley Brown, B&J Stable, Oslin Bell, and Steve Holborn, trained by Shelley Brown with Jorge Carreño. Number 3 is Ensley's Dream, owned by Gary Danielson and Arneson Farms, trained by Gary Danielson with Antonio Whitehall. Number 4 is Queen in the North, owned by Jerry Lambert, trained by Tom Gardaby Jr. with Ronald Alley. Number 5 is Chicago River, owned by Shelley Brown, Gene McEwen, and Black Sox Stables, trained by Shelley Brown with Ronaldo Cumberbatch. Rounding out the field is number 6, Miss Langskip, owned by 2 Points Ranch, trained by Blair Miller with Chavi and Chow. Jackpot Pick 5 wagering kicks off here in race number 3. They go to post in 4 minutes.
It's now 2 minutes to post time at ASD.
All right, here we go. The girls going 5.5, a little bit longer than we have gone in the first 2 weeks. So now the closers have a bit better chance. Let's land on the 3 as the top selection here. Was in way too tough last time. Not a great effort, but I think that the horse has a chance to come back and do that much better. The other one that you're going to have to try to catch, and that's the 5. Chicago River is the favorite, deserves to be the favorite, ran a nice race. And then the other closer that you'll be seeing flying late, that's the 4, Queen of the North. And so my picks are 3, 5, and 4.
Yeah, Stretch, I'm with you on a couple of droppers in here. Number 5, Chicago River. What a great race, chasing after the speed early last time out. The speed ended up running 1-2, but she showed that she wanted to be a part of it and lost the photo for second. She was coming on at the end. And number 3, Ensley's Dream, taking a double drop from the second level allowance down to here. That is absolutely huge. I expect a big showing, and I agree with you on the 4. That's going to be the late closer. I'll give you 5, 3, and 4. Good luck here in race 3. And ladies and gentlemen, we've drawn our VIP Fan of the Night. Congratulations goes out to Jordan Feezy. That's Jordan Feasy. Congratulations. You're our VIP fan of the night. Please report to guest services on the main floor, South End.
It's post time.
Ruby in the Stars finds her position in the starting gate. Favorite is now in. Ensley's Dream, the current 6-5 choice, is in. Queen in the North steps up and in. Just 2 left to load. Chicago River. And now just waiting on Miss Langskip on the outside. The field is set. They're at the post. And they're off. Fast start on the outside as Miss Langskip flies out to grab the early lead. On her inside, Chicago River, and now Ensley's Dream moves forward to engage Miss Langskip. Back to third, Chicago River to her outside, Queen in the North. Then a gap of 5 more back to favorite, and Ruby in the Stars, 10 lengths off it, is the early trailer. 22-2 the opening quarter, and it's Miss Langskip and Ensley's Dream battling it out. Making a bold move 3 wide. Chicago River. Queen in the North is 4 wide. And now Chicago River pokes ahead in front. Ensley's Dream fights back on the inside. Queen in the North trying to come with some late run. But it's Chicago River with that lead. Not giving up Ensley's Dream. A 16th of a mile to go. Ensley's Dream has battled back and is going to get the win. Chicago River second best. Third's going to go to Queen in the North, and fourth to favorite. The Stewarts are posted number 3, Ensley's Dream, as your race winner. Second goes to number 5, Chicago River. Third to number 4, Queen in the North. And fourth to number 2, Favorite. They went the opening quarter 22-2. The half 46-1. 5 furlongs, 58-4. Time for the 5.5 furlongs, 105-3. Now entering the Wednesday enclosure, the unofficial winner here in race 3, that's number 3, Ensley's Dream. Ensley's Dream is a chestnut mare, 5 years old, by Smiling Tiger. Out of the mare Erica's Smile by Williamstown. Owned by Gary Danielson and Arneson Farms. Trained by Gary Danielson and ridden to victory by Antonio Whitehall. Time for the 5.5 furlongs, 105 3. Race 3 is official in the upcoming 4th race. Kicking off $50,000 guaranteed pick 4 wagering. There are no changes. And the only change we have in the pick 4 this evening, turning your programs to race number 7, number 1, Big Endeavor, did not wear blinkers in its last start and will again not wear blinkers today. That's race number 7. Number 1, Big Endeavor, did not wear blinkers on May the 23rd, and again, will not wear them today. $50,000 guaranteed pick 4 wagering starts right here in race 4. They go to post in 19 minutes. Well, besides the excitement of live racing and chasing the ace, big events will be staged at the Downs this summer, including the Manitoba Night Market and Festival. The first of 3 takes place this Sunday, June 11th, featuring food trucks, artisans, and vendors, kids' activities, live music, and more. Tickets are just $7. 5 and under are free. Go to asdowns.com for more information. And welcome back down paddock 4, race number 4, kicking off $50,000 guaranteed pick 4 wagering with the $7,500 claimer for Manitoba, Saskatchewan, North and South Dakota bred maidens. They're going to go 5 furlongs. Let's take a look back at race number 3. What a stretch battle. Ensley's Dream ends up taking it. Antonio Whitehall, that was his 400th win in North America. Congratulations, Antonio, on hitting that milestone. It was hard to work it into my call there, Stretch, because 3 jumps before the wire, that's pretty well where Ensley's Dream, you figured out, was going to get the win.
Yeah, it was a good race, good ride. That's what I saw this horse last time, was just a little outclassed last time, spotted in the right spot, and just a really, really good race. Congrats to Antonio to get his 400th win on such a great ride. I hope he's excited about that, just to win on a ride like that. So full credit for that. So
all right, on to race number 4, Stretch. Who do you like in here?
okay, so it's a wide open race. We both were all over the place, and so let's start with I'll go to the 3 horse. I'm kind of looking at the first time starters, but remember, we're in for 7,500 at the start of the meet. The trainers I'm mentioning are very sharp trainers, putting the horse in the right spot. And so the reason I went to the 3 is I like the steady, the last 3 or 5 furlong works coming in. Michael Nault has some success with first-time starters. He's very good at getting them ready as well. So it's a wide open race. I got to find a price. I've got 5 to 1, but that's where I'm going to start.
Yeah, and your 3 horse, the dad won the Breeders' Cup Mile. That's Tourist. The mom had 3 wins, 26K, and all of them were sprinting. 4 siblings, 1 a non-starter, a half-sister with 2 wins, another one that only had 1 start, and another one, 49K, 6 furlongs to a mile. That's a little bit of a family in here. Another horse I like is a 2 horse, Shotgun 1. The dad, Kentucky Bear, was a route winner of over $100,000 in earnings and has thrown a lot of good ones, including Mia Bear, who you can see later on in the card. The mom, Pillow Book, never ran, but this one does have 2 siblings. One of them is the 7 horse, currently at 9 to 5, the favorite on the board. Another one, a 2-time winner of $107,000, coming by way of Woodbine, Stretch. So I'm going to talk about the one I like, number 7, Break On Through. Nice work coming in, 102-1. We seen Blair Miller earlier on in the card have this horse ready to go, get up early, but was out-bobbed at the wire by number 4, Jersey Shadow, in race number 1. This horse broke slow, veered in, kind of lost all chance early, as Jersey Shadow did go wire to wire that day. I'm thinking a better effort from Break On Through in this wide open race.
Yeah, that's a good start, like you mentioned, and that those last 2 5 furlong works, especially the last one, gets the early money, fair amount. I agree with you. I'll be using that horse. It's just a matter of maybe a little low of price. Another one I'm going to mention. You've talked about the 2 horse with the breeding, so same kind of thing. Just one thing to add on the 2 horse would be the that speedy workout.
Ooh, that's flashy.
Yeah, and so I like the 5 furlong works, and then just throw some speed, and that might be the key to this horse, showing some early speed and kind of go gate to wire. We saw another speed horse being basically on the lead the whole time and keep going, so that would make it 3 for 3.
Yeah, another horse to look at, number 6, Amma Star. Amma Star always showed speed last year, but never really carried it. The best start was the last one of the year, where the horse was chasing after, Zipping to Impress every step of the way, and then Zipping to Impress just pulled off to an easy win. But that was kind of encouraging, and they did take the blinkers off that day, and kind of looks like they are off right now. So maybe this horse will show speed, as speed is doing well on the racetrack.
For sure.
And sorry, Stretch, we do have a late scratch here in race number 4. Scratch number 1, Dot and Dash. Late scratch here in the 4th. Scratch number 1, Dot and Dash.
Good. Yep. I'm glad that so now you can adjust your tickets a little bit, and so that's important to to get that, or you're going to get the favorite. Just so you know, if you're not sure of the rules, if you've already played it, don't want a refund, you're going to get the favorite. I'm not going to tell you who the favorite is yet because
Same within the pick 5, you'll get
Correct.
the favorite at post time.
At post time, right. So not now, it's when they go off. So the last firster you talked about, I like this, again, the workout pattern. I like when trainers use it every 6 or 7 days and kind of stick to that plan. This horse has done that. There was some rain on this day, so I missed a couple days. So I can think that's what it is. It is a filly, but that doesn't bother me early, especially when they're young. Sometimes the fillies are that much more mature.
Yeah, the dad, Cinco Charlie, was a speedball, won 8 out of 18, 600,000 in earnings, and won its first out. The mom won 2, both of them at a route. 4 siblings, one of them 2 wins, 29K. A maiden, another one a winner, 49K. Another one a single winner, 33K on All Terrain. Jane, let's go to our wagers here in race number 4. Stretch, what do you have?
Okay, I've got 2 pick 4 tickets. You can pick and choose, but they kind of go hand in hand if you got some partners. 2, 3, 5, and 7. With the 1, 3, 5, trying to beat the probable favorite in there, Kate's Princess, King the 1. And then 1, 3, 5, 6, and 8. So a bunch there. And then the last race is, or the second one is 2, 3, 5, 7, King the 5 in case that horse comes in. This with the 1, 2. That's trying to maybe, so there's all favorites, 1, and then 1, 3, 5, 6, 8 in the last.
And myself, I'm left with leaving one horse out. I got 2, 3, 4, 5, and 7. Then I keyed the 5. Kate's Princess in race 5. Race 6, I took the 1 and the 2, as I have the 1 keyed in my pick 5. And I rounded out with 1, 4, 5, 8. $1 pick 4, $40. Good luck with all your wagers here in race 4. And we'll see you back for race 5. Are on the track for race number 4. They're going to go 5 furlongs for $10,000. Number 1, Dot and Dash, was a late scratch. Number 2 is Shotgun 1, owned by Cam Ziprick and Charles Fouillard, trained by Devin Gittins with Ronaldo Cumberbatch. Number 3 is Mighty Frisky, owned by A2 Thoroughbreds and True North Thoroughbreds, trained by Michael Nault with Chavi and Chow. Number 4 is Keystone Cash, owned by Sylvia Harabchak, trained by Devin Gittins with Siobhan Bell. Number 5 is All Terrain Jane, owned by Shelley Brown, Anderson Livestock Stable, and Jay Jackson, trained by Shelley Brown with Dwight Lewis. Number 6 is I'm a Star, owned by Christy DeJarlis, trained by Ryan DeJarlis with Jorge Carreño. Rounding out the field is number 7, Break On Through, owned by 2 Points Ranch, trained by Blair Miller with Neville Stevenson. $50,000 guaranteed pick 4 wagering starts right here. In race number 4, they go to post in 4 minutes.
It's now 2 minutes to post time at ASD.
We've got maidens going 5 furlongs, horses that have never won a race. We've got 3, 4, and 5-year-olds. We've got fillies and 1 filly and the rest boys in a wide open race. Very tricky. You can see that betting board. I'll start with the 3 at 5-1. First time starter. The works say the horse can get the 5 furlongs, so you've got to start there. Others to consider, the lukewarm favorite is the 2. Again, some nice works, really good last work to show speed. That's what it might take. Somebody that gets the lead and just keeps going. An absolute wide open race. Might see a big victory here on a top horse. Here we go, 3, 2, and 5.
Yeah, Stretch, I ended up going to number 7, Break On Through. Had trouble in the lone outing last year at the end of the year. And if the horse would have got out of the gate, might have had a better chance. But the winner, eventual winner, Jersey Shadow, hit the front end and was long gone. So I'm taking a shot that Break On Through. Better break, get out there. I also like the 2 firsters, number 3, Mighty Frisky, and the 2, Shotgun 1. I'll give you 7, 3, and 2. Good luck here in race 4. Shotgun 1 leads the maidens into the starting gate. Mighty Frisky set to go in. Keystone Cash will be next. All-Terrain Jane. The lone filly in the race is ready to go in. Two left to load. I'm a Star. Now just waiting on the current 2-1 favorite. That's break on through to the outside. The field is set. Shotgun 1. A little fractious in the starting gate. They're at the post. And they're off. From the middle of the track, I'm a Star. Pointed right out after the early lead on the inside. All-Terrain Jane putting on some pressure. 3 wide, break on through. Stalking those leaders. Shotgun 1 sitting 2 lengths off it. 4 more lengths back to Keystone Cash. And your early trailer, Mighty Frisky. 23 seconds, the opening quarter. I'm a Star with the lead by a neck. Break on through to the outside. Trying to corral her. Back to third, All-Terrain Jane. Shotgun 1 is making up ground, as is Mighty Frisky. The leader still, I'm a Star. Digging in, break on through. Trying to get her, squeezing up the rail. Mighty Frisky, a 16th of a mile to go. I'm a Star with the lead. Mighty Frisky gets on through and is going to get the win. Second best, I'm a Star. Third's going to go to break on through. The stewards have requested a photograph to determine the winning horse. They went the opening quarter 23 seconds, the half 47 and 1. Time for the 5 furlongs, 1 minute and 2/5. Results of the photo show number 3, Mighty Frisky as your race winner. Second goes to number 6, I'm a Star. Third to number 7, Break On Through. And fourth to number 5, All-Terrain Jane. Now entering the winner's enclosure. The unofficial winner here in race number 4, that's number 3, Mighty Frisky. Mighty Frisky is a big gelding, 3 years old, by Tourist, out of the mare Frisky Janelle by Henry Hughes. Owned by A2 Thoroughbreds and True North Thoroughbreds, trained by Michael Nault, and ridden to victory by Chavi and Chow. Time for the 5 furlongs, 1 minute and 2/5. Number 3, Mighty Frisky, was proudly bred right here in Manitoba by Cam Ziprick, Charles Fouliard, and Julian Fouliard. And upon Mighty Frisky's maiden breaking effort, Mighty Frisky did receive a blanket presentation from the CTHS. Race 4 is official in the upcoming 5th race. Our VIP Fan of the Night race, there are no changes. Kicking off the late pick 3 here in race number 5. And just a reminder that if you're new to racing, to download the new Dark Horse Bets app. All new account signups receive a free $30 deposit to their account. Dark Horse Bets app was designed for people new to horse racing, making wagering simple with smart picks. Those are predictions available for all races. Get your free $30 now by signing up for Dark Horse Bets. Scan the QR code on the front of your program. And welcome back down the paddock for race number 5. We have an allowance optional $10,000 claimer for fillies, mares, 3-year-olds and up. They're going to go 5.5 furlongs. Let's take a look back at race number 4. Chavy and Chow, a rail scraping effort to get up and grab the win.
Yeah, early on, I didn't think the horse had that much of a chance, just being that far back.
Dead last,
and then just kept grinding, and clearly Michael Nault did have the horse ready to go. And if you've ever wondered why people own horses, it's always fun to watch. The excitement around the winner's circle there, and that was a first-time starter, and the cheering. So it never gets old to watch the excitement by the owners and trainers for a horse that wins a race. So.
Well, especially these first-time starters, you don't know much about them, and all of a sudden they run an absolutely huge race like that. Well, we'll see how high this horse goes or how high their expectations are for the next start. But it looks like this horse can run all day.
Yeah.
Okay, on to race number 5. Big favorite in here at 4-5.
Yeah, we both expected that. I had taken Kate's last time and ran a very nice race. No, just got beat by a better horse that day. Good ride by the jockey. There was other really quick speed, quick fractions, but he just moved her up and took over. Most times she's always on the lead. I just like how she raced and just got tired. I think that second start, going from the post 10, almost the parking lot, to middle, is a good spot. So that's both of our top selections. You're not going to get that much of a price, but Gary's already won one today, has he not?
He has.
Yes, on a second.
Hensley's Dream.
Second time over the track, so you got to watch that. It's going to be catch her if you can, or as she proved last time, she doesn't have to be right on the lead.
Well, yeah, and it was Gary's horse that beat Chicago River, ran third in that race in the photo. So Kate's Princess already has one horse that's run huge against it. The other horse we both like, number 3, Blazing Sky. Wendy Anderson last time out. The speed was right there and ended up sticking first, second, and third. But Blazing Sky showed a lot of late run down the lane, gets an extra half a furlong. I think this horse will just get better and better when they start to stretch out around 2 turns. But the way Blazing Sky did run last time out wasn't far away from Kate's Princess, only a length and a quarter behind. I'm looking for this one. You get a hot jock, Antonio Whitehall, our leading rider, looking for win number 401. But Blazing Sky, I think this one can maybe even beat Kate's Princess if she gets vulnerable late.
I agree with you. I watched the race, and it was a good first out over the track. I'll go to number 1, Dixie Mo, mainly because I think this horse is just a game type, likes to win or likes to be in the money a lot. I think it's going to get a nice rail trip. I don't know if it's a winning type going only 5.5, but does run well. Those last few races last year were good efforts. Certainly won't be on the lead. I don't expect to be on the lead with Kate's. So I'm looking more back at the early races in May and June last year where she stalked and then tried to make a late run.
Yeah, another horse I like, number 7, Mia Bear, 8 lifetime starts, 4 wins in 4 seconds. What a great year last year, winning 4 races and a couple of narrow defeats, lost by a neck in the first level allowance for straight 3-year-olds, and also lost by a narrow nose in the R.C. Anderson, and lost to a loose speed horse in Misgiving in her first start of last year. I expect her to show speed in here, but I just don't think she has Kate's Princess type of speed, but she is a really nice Manitoba bred, and Freddie Rossing can get him ready first time out, so we're going to see what she does against older horses today.
For sure, and a good price long shot that neither one of us have in here is the 8. It's 4-5 at the distance. If you look at last year, raced in early June, ran a nice closing third, and then won the next start. I'm going to be watching this horse. I don't think she's a win type, but again, a nice long shot to go underneath maybe Kate's Princess that people are maybe forgetting about. So that would be my sneaky kind of long shot to be somewhere in there.
Yeah, Barefoot Dancer, the 6 horse. This one didn't show anything last time out. Was against Kate's Princess. She's back in here. Barefoot Dancer did run some good races last year, but off that last one, I can't put it up in the top 3, but might be able to round out your super.
For sure.
Or your super high 5.
Yeah. And long shot one of the long shots is the 2. I talked about Savage Love. This horse had, in fact, beat Savage Love early in the meet. Did have some races coming in, and then was competitive and won the last race of her campaign last year. Again, looking for the long shots to help go with the favorite. If you think the 5's going to win, you got to find some longer shots underneath to complete your exotics.
And the 4, where the money went, comes from Hawthorne and Turfway. Ran a good race at Hawthorne 2 outs ago. Only got beat by 2 lengths. It is a rallying type, so maybe Giddy Up Zoe's going to go a little forward. Mia Bear would go forward. And Dixie Mo might be a little closer. So it might set up for a horse to rally from off it that does have winter racing under the belt. 5 starts already. Only that 1/3, but maybe I'll like coming to Assiniboia Downs. All right, let's go to our wagers here in race 5. Stretch, what do you got?
Mine's very simple. Just a $10 exacta wheel, 5 with 1-3. If you just want to bet a total of $2, that would be a $1 exacta wheel, 5 with 1-3.
And myself, I'm going after the tractor. I'm taking $3 tractor wheel, 5 with 3 with 1-4-7-8. Then I'm doing the wedge, 5 with 1-4-7-8 with 3. Each of those wheels, $12. If you bet $1, they're $4 each. Good luck with all your wagers here in race 5, and we'll see you back for our featured race, the Primetime TV Overnight Stakes for 3-year-olds. The horse on the track for race number 5, our VIP Fan of the Night purse. They're going to go 5.5 furlongs for $16,500. Number 1 is Dixie Mo, owned by Jerry Gowdy and Rick Wise, trained by Rick Wise with Demario Bino. Number 2 is Giddy Up Zoe, owned by Locked and Tagged and Ryan DeJarles, trained by Ryan DeJarles with Jorge Carreño. Number 3 is Blazing Sky, owned by Bill Meikle and Wind Answer Stable, trained by Wendy Anderson with Antonio Whitehall. Number 4 is Where the Money Went, owned by Gary Naherniak, trained by Sean Morin with Ronald Alley. Number 5 is Kate's Princess, owned by Bonnie McCrory and Gary Danielson, trained by Gary Danielson with Praven Badri. Number 6 is Barefoot Dancer, owned by Back on Track Stables, trained by Jennifer Jordan with Nyrone Austin. Number 7 is Mia Bear, owned by Dunworkin Stables, trained by Fred Rawson with Ronaldo Cumberbatch. Rounding out the field is number 8, Savage Love, owned and trained by Elton Dickey with Sven Balrup. Our VIP Fan of the Night purse. Here in race 5, they go to post in 4 minutes.
It's now 2 minutes to post time at ASD.
All right, a field of 8 girls going 5.5 furlongs. Let's start with Kate's Princess. She ran a really good first race out. I just got tired at the end. She does have to go a little bit longer. She's a very game filly, just likes to run and go fast early. Others to consider at a bit of a price is the 3 horse. This horse is going to be sitting at the back, won't be near the lead, will be closing late, and hopefully, if you're betting that one, you need the 5 to back up. Another long shot that's on the rail is the 1. Maybe not a win bet, but certainly can be there. Getting a good price, though, if you want to take a shot. 5, 3, and 1. Kirt?
Yeah, Stretch, I'm with you on number 5, Kate's Princess. Lots of speed last time out. Not a lot in here. She didn't get out well last time. I expect a better break from a middle position, and I think it's her race to lose on the front. I do like number 3, Blazing Sky, as you do. She showed good late run down the lane, gets an extra half a furlong. That'll suit her well. And the 7, Mia Bear, has yet to be worse than second in 8 lifetime starts. She was a win machine at 3. So I'm going to give you 5, 3, and 7. Good luck here in race 5. Dixie Mo, the first one into the starting gate. Giddy up Zoe. She walks right in. Blazing Sky's turn. Where the Money Went is in. Next up, the 3 to 5 favorite, Kate's Princess. Barefoot Dancer is in. 2 left to load. Mia Bear walks right in. Now just waiting on Savage Love to the outside. They're all set. They're at the post. And they're off. From the outside, Mia Bear shows some good early speed. In between horses, Kate's Princess. Giddy Up Zoe. On the rail is going to make it a trio. Savage Love will be the stalker. A length and a half off it. Blazing Sky, good position behind them with Dixie Mo on the rail. And then 5 more back to Where the Money Went is your early trailer with Barefoot Dancer. The opening quarter, 22 and 3. It's Kate's Princess on the inside. Mia Bear looking her in the eye. They're 5 lengths up as they hit the head of the lane. And Kate's Princess now goes by 2 lengths. Mia Bear back to second. Blazing Sky rallying with Dixie Mo. But at the 16th pole, this is Kate's Princess. She's gonna win by 5. Second's gonna go to Blazing Sky, who just got up to beat Mia Bear with Dixie Mo in 4th. The stewards have pulled to number 5, Kate's Princess. As your unofficial winner, second goes to number 3, Blazing Sky. Third to number 7, Mia Bear, and 4th to number 1, Dixie Mo. They went the opening quarter 22 and 2, the half 45 and 4, 5/8 and 58 flat. Time for the 5.5 furlongs, 104 and 3. Now entering the winner's enclosure, the official winner of the VIP Fan of the Night purse, that's number 5, Kate's Princess. Kate's Princess is a gray roan mare, 7 years old, by Lucky Pulpit. Under the mare Could Be Trouble by Minister's Wildcat. Owned by Bonnie McCrory and Gary Danielson. Trained by Gary Danielson. ridden to victory by Praven Badri. Time for the 5.5 furlongs, 104-3. Congratulations goes out to trainer Gary Danielson, who scores the double. 2 wins for trainer Gary Danielson. Race 5 is official in the upcoming 6th race. The Prime TV Overnight Stakes for 3-year-olds. There are no changes. Kicking off late double wagering here in race 6. And just a reminder to get your Chase the Ace tickets for our new weekly draw. The progressive jackpot is guaranteed at $5,000 if you pick the Ace of Diamonds. Tickets start at $5 and are available online at asdowns-cta.com or in person at guest services or at the VLT cashier's cage. The weekly draw does take place Thursdays at 11 a.m. Proceeds support community charities, including Final Furlong, the Winners Foundation, Manitoba Indigenous Cultural Education Center, and Indigenous Languages of Manitoba. By purchasing a ticket, you are helping these charities make a positive difference in the community. Thank you for supporting the Chase the Ace ticket program. And welcome back down the paddock for our sixth and featured race. It's the Primetime TV Overnight Stakes for 3-year-olds. They're going to go 5 furlongs. Quick look back at race number 5. Well stretched, Kate's Princess, Praven Badgery, never moved a muscle until the head of the lane, and then she proved that she was the best.
Yeah, I really like her running style this year. Back-to-back races, got in the duel, and then she opened up. And so in the past, she would seem just get the lead and go and try to almost hang on. And I like that middle move. And like you said, didn't panic. Another good ride. And then the horse filly that impressed me the most off a layoff was the 7 horse.
Mia Bear.
Pressed the whole way around and then just got tired late and lost to horses that had the racing edge. So mark her down for next time to be right in the mix.
Well, yeah, she won't be banging heads with Kate's Princess unless she goes back in there. All right, on to race number 6, Stretch. Both like the same horse. What's your reason?
Yes, let's go. We're probably very similar. We both liked this horse the first time out, coming from Oaklawn Park, and didn't disappoint, and might have even looked better than we expected. I like the charter's comments, something left, that couldn't be farther from the truth. Just so good of basically a workout for the first 4 furlongs and then literally shut the horse down. I think this horse, second over the track, has the potential to even improve even more, and that's kind of scary. The key is this horse is a 5 furlong specialist. The others, or we'll get to the others, maybe not as much 5 furlongs, but if he shows a similar speed, she's going to be tough to catch, and even based on the previous race, if she gets pressed, she can still hang on.
Yeah, definitely 2 outs ago, that Oaklawn Park race. The jockey never moved his hands at any given point until late down the lane, and that's when Chicago Gray folded. But Carreno last time out, that was a Cadillac ride. He could not have won that any easier, and definitely this horse could have went down in 58 and change. The 2, Saxon Saga, well, this is a horse that ran absolutely huge, beating I Love My Life, the 5, and Adjournment, the 3. The horse sat a little off the lead, then engaged the 3-horse Adjournment, and then just powered on by. Also coasted to victory, but they both ran on the same day, and Chicago's Gray went almost a second faster. A second in horse racing, 5 lengths. So yes, this horse won a first-level allowance race, winning its 4th race of the lifetime. Chicago Gray only broke the maiden, but I think Saxon Saga is going to be chasing Chicago's Gray every step of the way.
I agree with you, and there's an example of the internal, that middle fraction at 4 furlongs. Chicago went 46 and 3. Saxon went 47. So that, again, that's 2 lengths in front, and then, as you said, how many lengths there. Let's talk about the 3 at 10 to 1. This horse actually went off as the favorite over Saxon. So obviously the connections thought this horse had a good chance, and it makes sense. He's a runner for sure. Battled with Saxon and just wasn't up to Saxon's level, but Saxon did have a couple races under, the entire past performance is under there, whereas Adjournment just had the 1. So I think there's a chance that Adjournment could close the gap a little bit on this, just because it's a second start over. So Lise has been training well. Every reason for this horse to improve a little.
Yeah, definitely don't expect to see Adjournment on the front end. I think they're going to try and come off it, and I think this horse will be effective coming off the pace. The 4 properly connected. Here's a maiden running against winners in here. Was claimed for 7,500 at Lone Star after running second, beaten only 3/4 of a length, then went back to the maiden allowances and didn't run bad that second race. Beaten by 10 on April the 29th. The horse that ran second came back to win. Did have trouble in that race. Then went on the turf. Wasn't successful in there. Back to the dirt here. This is another horse that possesses speed, and that's kind of not what you want in here.
Correct. It's going to be a little bit interesting. I was impressed. I did watch that last race, Lone Star, on the turf. Now, it was on the turf. They didn't go to the lead, and the horse ran evenly in a field of 11. So that race interests me a little bit as maybe a bomber for third to complete the try from there. So I wouldn't necessarily leave it out if they've changed the running style. I agree with you. Most say speed, but that last race, a little bit of interest for me.
And the 5, I Love My Life, started off the campaign last year, back-to-back wins. Then in the Buffalo, double-digit defeat. But a good race last time out. Showed speed, fell back, rallied to beat the stablemate to get second. And Sven Balrup riding well and definitely won't be going to lead again. We'll be trying to come off the pace. But I Love My Life. I really like that last race.
Yeah, I agree with you, and that tightener's going to help. And then let's go to the 6. This horse was excellent last year, 42,000, impressive for a 2-year-old campaign. The tough part is the horse hasn't raced this year, and you saw what happened on a couple of the other ones that did race against the seasoned racing. Needed one. Be interesting to see. This horse is a speed horse too. Going to have to go even faster to be on the lead in here.
Yeah, I agree. Let's go to our wagers here in race number 6. Stretch, what do you have?
Well, we're going to make it really simple. Just a simple $25 exactor box, 1, 2.
All right, myself, I'm going to make it simple too. I'm going to go a $10 triactor, 1 with 2 with 5, 6. That'll cost you 20. A dollar wheel, $2. Good luck with all your wagers here in race 6, and we'll see you back for race 7. Assiniboia Downs is proud to present our featured field here in race number 6. It's the Primetime TV Overnight Stakes for 3-year-olds. They're going to go 5 furlongs for $24,000. Number 1 is Chicago's Gray, owned by Roll the Dice Stable, Royce Finley, and Arneson Farms, trained by Murray Duncan with Jorge Carreño. Number 2 is Saxon Saga, owned by Bill Meikle and Wind Dancer Stable, trained by Wendy Anderson with Ronaldo Cumberbatch. Number 3 is Adjournment, owned by Arneson Farms, trained by Lise Pruitt with Antonio Whitehall. Number 4 is Properly Connected, owned by Henry Witt Jr., trained by Jerry Gorno with Neville Stevenson. Number 5 is I Love My Life, owned by Arneson Farms, trained by Lise Pruitt with Sven Balrup. Riding out the field is number 6, Prairie Drifter, owned by Dr. Betty Hughes, trained by Devin Giddens with Praven Badri. The Primetime TV Overnight Stakes here in race number 6. They go to post in 5 minutes.
It's now 2 minutes to post time at ASD.
All right, here we go. A good stake race for the boys, 3-year-olds. I've got the one horse is my top selection, which is the second choice on the board. Public's got it between the 1 and the 2. I don't disagree with them. 1's going to the lead, 2's going to sit just off. If the 1 can't get the distance, watch out for Saxon Saga to come late. I think it's going to be a battle to the end. And then the other, maybe the third choice would be the 5, but I think it's the top 2. So I'll give you 1, 2, and 5. Kirt?
Yeah, Stretch, I'm with you. Chicago Gray, impressive maiden breaker. Did it with the greatest of ease. Saxon Saga also won his race with the greatest of ease. So the 1 did go faster than the 2. They ran on the same day. I think the 1's going to get the lead all alone. There's a lot of speed in this race. There's no true closer. So I agree with Stretch. I think the 1 and 2 run off with it. The battle is on for 3rd, and I like the 5. 1, 2, and 5. Good luck here in race 6.
It's post time.
Chicago's Gray, the current 4-5 favorite, leads the 3-year-olds into the starting gate. Saxon Saga now goes in. Next up, Adjournment. Properly Connected steps up and in. 2 left to load. I Love My Life. And now just waiting on Prairie Drifter. And they'll all be set. They're at the post. And they're off in the primetime TV. Everybody going out to the front, and Chicago's Gray on the inside shows the best speed. Adjournment in between horses is second. Properly Connected, 3 wide. Saxon Saga coming up the inside. I Love My Life, 5 wide. And Prairie Drifter, the early trailer, not far off at 7 lengths. The opening quarter, a very quick 22 seconds. And Chicago's Gray still hangs on to the lead by 2 lengths as they hit the turn for home. Saxon Saga took the ground-saving effort in second. These two starting to widen. Chicago's Gray still more in the tank. At the 16th pole, Chicago's Gray will take the primetime TV. Saxon Saga second best. Third's going to go to Properly Connected. Close for 4th. The Stewart's opposed to number 1, Chicago's Gray, as your unofficial winner. Second goes to number 2, Saxon Saga. Third to number 4, Properly Connected. And fourth to number 3, Adjournment. They went the opening quarter, 22 seconds. The half, 45-1. Time for the 5 furlongs, a quick 58 seconds. Now in the winner's enclosure, the official winner of the primetime TV. That's number 1, Chicago's Gray. Chicago's Gray is a Gray Roan gelding, 3 years old, by Tapret, out of the mare Dolce Arabi by Spicetown. Owned by Roll the Dice Stable, Royce Finley, and Arneson Farms. Trained by Murray Duncan, and ridden to victory by Jorge Carreño. Time for the 5 furlongs. 58 seconds. Assiniboia Downs is very pleased to have on hand our Chief Executive Officer, Darren Dunn, to make a presentation to the Winning Connections. Race 6 is official in the upcoming 7th race. Please take note on number 1, Big Endeavor. Big Endeavor did not wear blinkers on the start on May the 23rd and will again not wear blinkers today. Once again in race number 7, number 1, Big Endeavor did not wear blinkers in the last start and will again not wear them today. Superfecta, super high five wagering here in race number 7. Well, after the final race, be sure to head up to the clubhouse where our popular Crazy Hour kicks in. Beer, wine, and shots for just $4.75, as well as 25% off all appetizers, plus 140 VLTs ready for action until 1 a.m. And welcome back down the paddock for race number 7 for this $7,500 claimer. For 3-year-olds and up, they're going to go 5.5 furlongs. Let's take a look back at race number 6, the Primetime TV. Well, Stretch, 4 winners in a row for you, and Chicago's grade definitely didn't disappoint.
No, another really good ride. That's what we've seen today. And so Carino didn't panic, as you called it, 4 across the track, I believe.
Yeah,
but he didn't.
Was chilly.
He was chilly. He didn't. He knew he had enough speed, and I like to see that with this type of horse. It looks like he's slowly learning how to run or conserve the energy. So looked like a bit of a push button horse at the top of the stretch, which was good to see. And then Saxon did, up against it, going only 5.
But had a perfect rail trip every step of the way. I think this horse will get better as they go longer.
For sure. So,
all right, on to race number 7. This is probably the second trickiest race of the day. I thought, what do you like in here?
Okay, I agree with you, and that's why we have 5 horses listed on there, and that completely makes sense. And you see the betting board. Julie, let's find the 6. Of course, you're right on there. I watched this replay on the last horse, and this horse was wide throughout and was closing. Probably ran at least an extra, almost a quarter of a furlong, so it makes it tough to win being so wide. Might be a little bit wide again today, but not as wide. Gets the extra half furlong. Should get the stalking trip. I thought the horse was a little far back and was closing, whereas the one horse, who I don't mind, was on the rail. And so that's why I think you get a value play here at 4-1, because a lot of people will look and see, oh, big endeavor, the 1 beat the 6, I better bet the 1. Well, this is why I would bet a horse like the 6, because of the tougher trip.
Yeah, and myself, that last 7,500 we talked about, we said it was not that tough of a race, but this one definitely is. Probably 5 times tougher than the last one. I ended up going to number 5, Short Rib, ran in a first level allowance against Magic Tiger and Explosive. Explosive was the big favorite, chased every step of the way, and this horse never gone around 2 turns. So now it gets cut back to the sprinting distance, has some really nice sprints underneath his belt. There could be a bit of speed going out, as the 3 Dazzling Mischief has it, the 4 Roaming Union, the 7 Diamond Digger, and the 8 Fresh One. If they all want to go battle, look for a closer. Short Rib right now, 18-1 on the board. He's my value play of the day.
Absolutely, and you actually sold me on this horse, the ASD Live show. Lots of good things. You've already talked about many of the good things. So let's go to the who I think is the most speed, and that's the 8 on the outside. Likes to be definitely on the lead, so you've got to watch that. But I don't mind speed horses on the outside, because then the jockey can recognize what's inside and then make a move. Looks great in the paddock there. A similar race coming from Will Rogers Downs would put this horse certainly right there. It's a type of horse that's always has 7 wins, a few too many seconds for me, but I think certainly can be right there for sure.
Yeah, another horse to look at, number 4, Roaming Union. Classy old guy, over $400,000 in earnings. Last year was a winner at Oaklawn Park for a $20,000 claimer, going around a ground, 60 cents on the dollar. The previous 2 starts was beaten by a back-to-back winner. That's also at Oaklawn. Went over to Canterbury, was running in the allowances before, looked like tiring, and ended up backing out of there. A nice work in 36 on May the 16th. All the works have been good. Tom Gardepee off to a really good start. I think the class might show through. 7-1.
Absolutely. I'm going to mention the 1 because the horse did win the condition, but Kirt made a really good point about maybe a little bit of a weaker field. I still like the ride. The horse has been running, so that helps over a few of them that haven't. Take a good note. If you're looking at the daily racing form, the buyer par for this race is 63. Endeavor won it with only 55. So just like Kirt mentioned, easier. This is a tougher 75. He is going to have to improve. I think the horse can improve and might get that trip. So I've got to include him.
Another horse to look at, number 7, Diamond Digger, undefeated as a 2-year-old, 4 for 4. The 3-year-old campaign wasn't as good. Went to Santa Anita, tried the turf, didn't fare well. Came back to Assiniboia Downs in the stake race, the Lord Balcony, and finished a lackluster 4th. Was put away for the year. Now resurfaces in a $7,500 claimer. Mike Knoll can definitely get the horse ready at first asking, but I'm going to have to watch one just off of those couple starts in 2022.
For sure, yeah. We always like to wait when they're off a couple of years. Let's talk about the favorite that we both have included in our pick 5s. I've got it also in my pick 4 as well. That's the 3. Coming off a layoff, steady works coming in. Certainly does belong at this level. Likes to win races. Take a look, 7 of 10 in the money at ASD. 4 out of 10. You like horses that win a lot of races. Should get a nice stalking trip. I guess the horse could go to the lead, but if it gets that nice stalking rail trip or right behind a potential duel, would be very tough to beat. Wouldn't be surprised if this horse won first off the shelf.
All right, let's go to our wagers here in race number 7. Stretch, what do you got?
Okay. I think it's this wide open, so I'm taking a chance. A try box. So you just need 3 of those. So a $1 try box is 1, 3, 5, 6, 8. It is a little bit pricey, but I think the trifecta is going to pay a decent amount. And if I get it, it's going to pay a lot more than that.
And myself, I'm going 10 win, 20 place on number 5, Short Rib. Good luck with all your wagers here in race number 7. And we'll see you back tomorrow, 6:45 Central, for ASD Live. Horse are on the track for race number 7. They're going to go 5.5 furlongs for $14,800. Number 1 is Big Endeavor, owned by Bonnie McCrory and Gary Danielson, trained by Gary Danielson with Praven Badri. Number 2 is Freudian Sip, owned by Silver D Stable, trained by Shelley Brown with Ronaldo Cumberbatch. Number 3 is Dazzlin' Mischief, owned by Garth Grider and Violetta Adamchuk, trained by Jared Brown with Antonio Whitehall. Number 4 is Roaming Union, owned by Ray Croto Jr., trained by Tom Gardapi Jr. with Ronald Alley. Number 5 is Short Rib, owned by Lloyd Buffalo, trained by Jay Buffalo with Sven Balrup. Number 6 is Lucky Break, owned by Parker Wallette, trained by Steve Kaplan Jr. with Jorge Carreño. Number 7 is Diamond Digger, owned by A2 Thoroughbreds, trained by Michael Nault with Chavi and Chow. Running out the field is number 8, Fresh One, owned by Leland Cavanaugh, trained by Mike Taphorn with Neville Stevenson. Super high five wagering here in race number 7. They go to post in 2 minutes.
It's now 2 minutes to post time at ASD.
Mid-claimer boys going 5.5 furlongs in a highly competitive race. Yes, the 3 is a slight favorite. Let's try to beat the favorite in here. I'll go to the 6 horse. Ran a real nice first race over the track. Was closing a bunch of ground after being really wide. If Carino can get this horse in a slightly better spot and the speed backs up, he might be the price horse at 5-1. Who's the speed? That's the 8 on the outside, Fresh One. Coming from Will Rogers down, shows really good speed. Belongs at this level. If no pressure, he could go gate to wire. So I'll give you 6-8-1. Kirt?
Yeah, Stretch, I see this as a wide open race. I went to number 5, Short Rib. The horse is dropping from the first level allowance to 7,500. We've seen so many horses last year do really well, and this horse does better sprinting. Not much route form, so I'm throwing that race out. I think this horse will be able to rally into some speed. I do like the 8 Fresh One. Fresh speed, gonna try and steal it. And the classy old number 4 Roman Union. This horse brings that back class. Could be right there. I'm gonna take 5, 8, and 4 here in race number 7.
post time. Big Endeavor leads the horses in for the nightcap. Freudian Sip walks in. Roaming Union's turn. Short Rib goes in. Next up, Lucky Break. Diamond Digger finds his spot. 2 left to load. Fresh One goes in. And now just waiting on Dazzling Mischief. The field is set. They're at the post. And they're off. Dazzling Mischief quickly away to go out after the early lead, but has company on the inside in Freudian Sip. On the far outside, Fresh One will now take over and open up a length and a half. Diamond Digger on the outside in second. Dazzling Mischief back to third. On the rail in fourth, Freudian Sip. Another length back, Short Rib. And back to your 2 early trailers. It's going to be Big Endeavor and Roaming Union. 22 and 3 the opening quarter, and Fresh One has that lead by 2 lengths. On the outside, Diamond Digger getting the rail trip. Dazzling Mischief making a wide move is Lucky Break. Fresh One has the lead. On the far outside, Lucky Break is going to try and time the wire at the 16th pole. Fresh One is just too good and is going to win by 2. Second's going to be Lucky Break. Third's going to be Diamond Digger. Looked like fourth was Dazzling Mischief. The Stewart's supposed to number 8, Fresh One, as your race winner. Second goes to number 6, Lucky Break. Third to number 7, Diamond Digger. And fourth to number 3, Dazzling Mischief. They went the opening quarter 22 and 3, the half 46 and 1, 5 furlongs, 58 and 3. Time for the 5.5 furlongs, 105 and 2. Now entering the winner's enclosure, the unofficial winner here in race 7, that's number 8, Fresh One. Fresh One is a dark bay or brown gelding, 6 years old, by Minister's Wildcat, out of the mare Sassy Kiss by Mr. Greeley. Owned by Leland Kavanaugh, trained by Mike Taphorn, and ridden to victory by Neville Stevenson. Time for the 5.5 furlongs, 105-2. Ladies and gentlemen, we had a claim to report. Claim for $7,500 was your race winner. Number 8, Fresh One, claimed by Stashes and Stables, trainer Fred Rawson. Well, now head up to the clubhouse to enjoy Crazy Hour on the second level. Beer, shots, and wine just $4.75 and 25% off all appetizers. Racing resumes tomorrow and Wednesday at 7:30. See you then. But now, let's head up to the clubhouse for Crazy Hour.